And yeah, I took a bit longer than expected. I got distracted by my personal favorite show of the year in Andor, went on vacation for a week.
The sea is always right.
Started a Star Wars channel, and then the holidays hit, etc., etc. That being said, I'm ready to dive in and share a lot of thoughts on this show that was, in short, a mixed bag for me. There's some things I really enjoyed, some things I wasn't fond of, some things I was totally wowed by, and some things that make no sense to me whatsoever. Before we start, let me state the obvious here. What I'm sharing today is my opinion. No doubt there will be things that I like that others don't, and things that drive me crazy that other people enjoy. This is just my 2 cents, and my opinion is no more or less valid than anyone watching this video. As I've said many times, discussions and even disagreements within fandom can be fun if we allow it to be. So hopefully this video is a productive conversation starter. The score. First off, let's start with something that I loved, the music. As I looked at today's topics, I've tried to look back on not only how the story within the show unfolded, but the story of the show's production unfolded. The first rumors we heard was that Howard Shore and Bear McCreary would both be working on the show. And no disrespect whatsoever to the incredible artist Bear is, but I was most excited about the idea of Howard Shore returning. Come to find out, Shore was only returning for the title theme, with Bear doing the composing of the episodes themselves. And in retrospect, it can be easy to think, well, of course the music is good. Bear's an award-winning composer and amazing at what he does. But I definitely had my reservations. Listening to his God of War work, I never questioned that he would nail the dwarves. But I wondered if he could produce themes that captured the feel of Middle-earth. It's no small feat that, in my opinion, Bear created themes that stand well alongside the great themes we've had of Middle-earth so far. While I doubt any single score will ever match the achievement that is the Lord of the Rings trilogy, I'm now just as likely to be found humming the themes of Khazad-dûm, Numenor, Galadriel, and the Faithful as my old favorites like the Fellowship, the Shire, Isengard, the One Ring, Rohan, and yeah, well, there's a lot of Howard Shore in the rotation. The Faithful theme in particular is one that I think will be versatile in the way the Fellowship theme is from the Lord of the Rings. It's been shown to be grand and heroic, while also carrying a ton of emotional weight, like we saw in the scene where the leaves of the White Tree fall. Not to mention, fans have already put the theme with Elendil's death from the Fellowship prologue with amazing results. Bear even confirmed that he had this moment in mind when composing the theme, and it shows. Long story short, the music is unquestionably a major strength of this series. Geography and fast travel. For a show that had some terrific usage of maps, the sense of scope was remarkably poor. Lindon, Eregion, and Khazad-dûm may as well be 3 houses on the same block, rather than realms days apart from each other. Characters like Elrond seem to casually stroll from Lindon to Eregion to Khazad-dûm multiple times. Another example is when Galadriel rides day and night for 5 days to bring an allegedly mortally wounded Halbrand to Eregion, which all takes place in between episodes. Now, do we need entire episodes of people traveling from point A to point B? No, not necessarily. But in a believable world with travel being limited to horse, boat, or foot, having characters pop up hundreds of miles away with little to no perceivable change in time does nothing in favor of making this all feel believable and epic. When you look at the entire season, which seems like it may occur over the span of a couple weeks, Galadriel bounces around like she's in a Middle-earth pinball machine. One of the things I loved about the Peter Jackson trilogies is that you felt like you were going on this journey with the characters. And when you returned to the Shire in the 3rd films, it was bittersweet not only because the story was coming to an end, but because you were reminded of how long you'd been away. Like the characters, you're returning from a long adventure. The closest Rings of Power comes to this is the reunion of Galadriel and Elrond. We see them together in the 1st episode, they have some good scenes that establish their friendship, and then they're reunited in the finale. There's just so many other instances where distance and travel don't seem to matter. It's not only due to the fast travel the show has unlocked that makes it feel small, but also because places like Lindon and Eregion seem to have a combined population of a couple dozen elves. Smaller things like Halbrand's fight with these guys and Isildur's conversation with his friends happening in the exact same alleyway within what we've seen to be an immense city, just serve to undermine any sense of grandeur. Likewise, in the Southlands, it feels as though the entire realm is made of a single village with a population of a few dozen people, and watched over by a garrison of elves numbering maybe 5? The one exception, I think, is some of the Harfoot scenes. They have the advantage of being a much smaller civilization to begin with, they live outdoors, and their travels are more reasonably paced. Now again, I wouldn't be surprised if some real-world factors were at play in some of this, and it's far from my biggest issue with the show, but I really hope it's something that's improved upon for Season 2. The sense of this being a wide world with people and life and things happening should definitely be improved on going forward. There's some other geographical things that bug me on a more detail-focused level, like the fact that Arondir says he was born in Beleriand, but according to the map in the prologue sequence, Beleriand never existed. And for all the great map transitions, the fact they didn't use one for the transition of the Southlands to Mordor was an easy miss. And it took no time at all for fans online to create a more compelling, less hokey version. Tone. Another thing that I really appreciated in the show was the tone. It can be easy to forget all the rumors and fears we once had that a streaming show based on Middle-earth would be made into a Game of Thrones-esque world full of gratuitous nudity and violence. I had my hopes that this wouldn't be the case, as I fully believe taking such an approach to Tolkien would be adaptational malpractice. For all the preemptive outrage that stemmed from the hiring of an intimacy coordinator, it turned out that was for the shows like Two Kisses. Now in a couple moments we do see the most basking in violence we've ever seen in a Tolkien adaptation. Not that that's a terribly high bar to begin with, but a couple key moments come to mind from episode 6 in particular. Here we have some villagers slowly having swords plunged into their stomachs, blood oozing from Bronwyn's wound, and an abundance of blood gushing from an orc's wounded eye. These of course are no comparison to the brutality seen in other shows, and to just have a few such moments over the course of the season isn't bad, but I'm hoping they don't go further down this path. Now I know I'll get some comments calling me a prude for my thoughts here, and that's fine. Some folks really like violence, or think it's necessary to show things like this to convey things are serious or grown up. Personally, I just look at moments like a villager being stabbed and ask, is it necessary to the story that we see this blade going through someone? Or would a closer reaction shot of the actor's face with the same sound effects been just as sufficient? At the end of the day, I think Tolkien is the best guide when it comes to depicting violence of his world. It's true, bad and violent things happen in the book, but I would always encourage one to take a good look at how Tolkien describes and how long he dwells on such things, and adapt appropriately. In my opinion, the Lord of the Rings films nailed the balance of violence depiction and would be a great metaphor for the series, which is clearly trying to emulate much of what he did elsewhere. The Peter Jackson problem. Speaking of Peter Jackson, the Rings of Power as a show seems to struggle with how it wants to handle the beloved Lord of the Rings trilogy. The marketing definitely wants you to associate it, but in the lead up to the series release, we were told that this show was its own thing, and we shouldn't compare it. Which, who can blame? Being constantly compared to arguably the greatest movie trilogy of all time is a heavy burden to bear. Though I would say this was a burden this show was always going to bear, and its approach can either be to embrace it or to shrink from it. Either way, that burden will be upon the show throughout its run. But for not wanting to be compared to the Peter Jackson films, this show sure seems to remind us of a lot. Some of these moments come organically and logically, serving a purpose in the story, and providing what I call connective tissue. The Palantir in Numenor, Elendil's future sword Narsil, and the eruption of Mount Doom are a few that I feel are earned moments that make sense in the story and the world. Even an off-kilter Aragorn had some good momentum, and I was excited to see where the character would go, until I saw where it went. But we'll get to that in a minute. On the flip side, there's things like the wizard saying, always follow your nose, 4 hobbits volunteering for a journey, and does anyone for a moment think Isildur's horse isn't going to go find him a la Aragorn in the Two Towers? The climax of the biggest battle of the season has even been compared to what came before, due to the last man within a hold and being saved at the last moment by a cavalry. It's a tricky balance to be sure, for a show that's trying to be its own thing, that honors the original thing, but to not become an imitation of the other thing that captured the feel of the original thing so well. That being said, I think this is one area where there are just too many similarities that felt more like copying homework than connective tissue. And I must say there were a few times when I saw a Peter Jackson reference, rather than the show making bank on my nostalgia, it just reminded me how much better those films are in the moments they're referencing. The writing. This kind of leads into another thing I thought was really uneven and at times downright bad. The writing. Some things that really fell short were small moments, like the quippy meet-cute between Aarion and Kemen that sounded like it came from a modern rom-com, or the infamous "the elves will take our trades," which has not gotten any better with repeat viewings. I'm sticking with my earlier sentiment that it makes no sense in the world for this to be the thing that riles up the men of Numenor. While I totally appreciate that the Numenorian prejudice would be a fear-based one, having it be a fear of the elves lording over men, as they did in the first age, makes infinitely more sense within the world. Numenor, after all, is the first land the Edain had that was truly their own, their first age realm having all been under the larger rule of an elven lord. At best, the elves taking their trades comes off as lazy writing. At worst, it was them using modern political rhetoric for inspiration, neither of which are things I care to see in Middle-earth adaptations. Another thing I find almost comical is how often we're expected to be in awe of Galadriel's job title.
Come on, moving on.
Come on, Jonathan. Moving on.
It feels like they expect this to land with the same weight as heir of Isildur in The Lord of the Rings, but without having done anything to establish why that title is important. Now, while I've heard plenty of folks make a blanket statement writing off the entire season as bad writing, I think it's more accurate to say the writing is uneven. There's highs and lows. The highs, however, often come in smaller scenes, and not in the big rousing speeches that the show so desperately wants to resonate. And the lows, well, they're pretty low, which I think skews people into thinking the entire show can be written off as bad writing, which I don't think is true whole cloth. The writing and storytelling, both good and bad, will weave its way throughout everything we talk about in this review. So for the rest of the video, we'll cover the categories of characters, realms, and storylines I feel most pertinent to cover in a review of Season 1. Khazad-dûm. We lead off with what is, in my opinion, the strongest segment of the show by a long shot. The entire storyline of Khazad-dûm is absolutely perfect. During the fourth is the beating heart of the show. His relationships with Elrond, his father, and his wife Disa all have depth, emotion, and heart. The Khazad-dûm storyline destroys all others when it conducts polls on the favorite aspects of the show. And without fail, it is mentioned by fellow fans I talk to in person, both casual and diehard, as a best part of the show. My one knock against the Jordan storyline is the inclusion of Balrog. It felt pretty tacked on for something that shouldn't pay off within the time period of the show. But that, of course, is taking the showrunners' words at Comic-Con to heart when they said that they felt there was plenty of story to be told within the Second Age without pulling from the Third Age. It remains to be seen, but things like Wizards of the Non-Blue Variety and the Fall of Khazad-dûm are 100% Third Age things. Not to say these two things can't be pulled into the show effectively. I actually think they can. But I'm just going off of what the showrunners themselves have said on the topic, which of course could have been misdirection. Either way, showing a fully awakened Balrog in this manner felt like an instance of, hey, remember this thing that was epic from The Lord of the Rings? And could have been done with more subtlety. Back to the dwarves and Khazad-dûm, though. I have to say, every relationship featured here works for me, and they all center around Durin the Fourth. I love that we get parents of young kids in this show, especially in Durin and Disa, and Bronwyn and her son's father figure, Arondir. While the parental relationships we've seen in The Lord of the Rings are of adult children, being parents of young kids does pop up in Tolkien's stories elsewhere, so it's interesting to see that dynamic at play here. The relationship between Durin and his father is also a highlight of the series. Anytime Peter Mullen is on screen as Durin III, he seems like one of the dwarviest dwarves to ever dwarf. Random side note, because it was bugging the heck out of me for a while, you likely know him as Yaxley in Harry Potter. The lines between these two characters are great. Moments like, "Ever am I with you, my son," are fantastic, and the way their relationship develops throughout the season and ultimately fractures feels organic and absolutely earned. Following up on one of my preseason mini-rants, I still haven't been given any reason for the show to have this father and son be Durin III and Durin IV. There was a hint that these might not be their true names, as Durin IV nearly reveals his to Elrond. My hope here is that to outsiders, all their kings and heirs go by the name of Durin. But within the society, only those believed to be reincarnations are truly Durin. And it could honestly be really awesome if we see a dwarf emerge who is genuinely believed to be a reincarnation, and to play with what that means for the society as a whole and the dwarf himself. So that aspect is still TBD. Another intriguing possibility would be if Durin IV's true name turns out to be Narvi, the dwarf who creates the Doors of Durin alongside Celebrimbor. Honestly, it's a testament to how good this relationship between father and son is, that I was able to set aside my feelings on simultaneous Durins and just enjoy their story. The relationship between Durin and Elrond is another huge highlight of the show. It's a totally original creation to the show, and I absolutely love it. The show does the work of giving you reasons to care about these two characters and their friendship with one another. I could probably do an entire video on how depictions of friendship like this will likely always feel more at home in Middle-earth than a run-of-the-mill romantic one. But for now, I'll just say that this friendship and its trials and tribulations is one of, if not the, strongest part of the entire series. And let's not forget Durin's wife Disa, who completes this great trifecta of characters. The relationships and dynamics among these three characters give a depth to this storyline that stands out within the show. There's a couple episodes in the season that don't have the dwarves at all, including the finale, and their presence is very much missed in those cases. Even on rewatch, I was amazed at how much I adored everything about Khazad-dûm. These characters, this story, and the writing in this realm stand above all else in the show. At times, the contrast is so stark that it feels as if it's from an entirely different show. The Southlands. The majority of the Southlands arcs worked pretty well in my opinion. I was very pessimistic about the whole elf-human romance thing because I feared they would simply rehash the Aragorn-Arwen tale, or do something so similar it would cheapen that story. I think they did it in the right way by not making either of these characters some massively important person, like an heir to a throne or some great elven leader. They're just normal people who fall in love and are thrust into extreme circumstances. There's a bit of Agnor-Andreth vibe to their relationship, and it could be really cool if that's the inspiration they go with. Arondir specifically is another of the highlights of the show. He has a couple of what I call Legolas moments, but he's unquestionably not a carbon copy. To me, Arondir feels like a first-age elf from the Silmarillion, more stoic and perhaps more contemplative than our beloved third-age Legolas, or at least the version we've seen on screen. His line about telling Bronwyn how he feels 100 times in every way but words is one of the best lines in the show that truly carries the deeper meaning of its message. At the time of writing this, Ismael Cruz Cordova is the only nominee for any acting award from the show, and I'd say that's a good solid pick. After chatting with some of the orc actors about him and learning about his work ethic and how much he cares about the character, it certainly makes me root for him all the more. One specific scene that I really changed my opinion on rewatch is the scene where Arondir and Theo are fleeing the orcs. In the moment when I watched it live, I felt it dragged on with too much slow-mo. But on rewatch, without being concerned with how far the story would progress in the episode, I was able to just enjoy the absolute beauty of this scene. One thing that didn't change was my opinion that having Disa's singing overlap with the end of this scene makes for the absolute best audio transition in the entire show. The Southlands does feature two painfully generic pre-battle speeches that do not land with any kind of weight intended. On rewatch especially, I listened to this speech by Arondir.
Do you believe it?
And it's a total waste of Ismael Cruz Cordova. And immediately watching something like Andor after Rings of Power brings into sharp focus the incredible divide between great writing and writing like this.
I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemies.
It's the difference between a series that has worked toward and earned these great moments of culmination and one that just kind of checks the boxes and fills them with predictable words. Back to the Southlands characters themselves, I think the relationships between Arondir, Bronwyn, and Theo were really solid. I actually think that Arondir and Theo specifically could have used more screen time together to better establish Theo's animosity towards elves more personally towards Arondir, and their eventual mutual respect to be given more screen time as well. Rings of Power is a very crowded series. The market marketing mix is characters. And I think cases like this show that they may have spread the screen time a bit too thin among all the players. Mithril. And here we arrive at one of my least favorite aspects of the show, the elves and their entire deal. The whole premise has a grain of Tolkien within it. The Second Age elves were indeed concerned with the decay of their realm. It's the whole reason Anatar's deception regarding the Rings of Power is successful. The elves want to preserve their realm, and Anatar gives them a means to do so. However, when the Rings of Power were given a rabbit hole, okay, sure, we know one of the elven rings at least was made of mysterious metal with special properties. Actually derives from a and the word one of the Silmarils was buried in the earth. What if the Silmaril was in a tree? The tree was swallowed by the elf of Balrog, and lightning struck the tree, sealing the good and evil of the warriors within the Silmaril, creating mithril veins in a mountain. Oh, and this metal is salvific to elves, so if they don't get it, they die. Now, there's a sliver of hope that this is all true. Elrond called the tale possible. That was the hope I was clinging to myself for a while. However, in my mind, that all went out the window when Durin slides the mithril to the leaf, which is instantly healed. Now, after the finale, the showrunner did say that Elrond is the lore master, and we should trust him. But in another quote, they talk about a grand unification theory that connects the light and the trees to science. And while technically the first comment leaves the door open to this reality, I really don't care for instances where story reveals happen outside the story. If such a pivotal part of the story has to be clarified in an article or interview, I'd say it wasn't adequately told in the show. The way the story was presented, complete with amazing visuals explaining the origin of the story, and the leaf actually being healed left no doubt in my mind that this was the story telling. Why go so far as to create such a separate flashback for this, while leaving things like the creation of Numenor to an info dump by Galadriel, or Galadriel saving young Elrond, an info dump by Elrond? Perhaps there'll be a season 2 reveal that Sauron was behind this deception. I have my doubts that this would feel like an organic development of the story, and more of a retcon. Row 1, I would be in favor. In the book, the elves fall for the Rings of Power scheme out of hubris. They want to create realms of their own that rival that of Valinor, forestall the decades of time. What we got in Rings of Power was a far more sympathetic reasoning. They want to stay in Middle-earth to combat the darkness for the sake of all Middle-earth, and they're all going to die in a semi-specific time because of... Now, it may seem that I'm arguing on this point, and I suppose I am, but it's a pretty big departure to stomach as a book fan. Even within the world the show has set up, this whole issue doesn't make sense. Mithril will save the elves because it derives from a Silmaril, which itself has the light of the two trees, what they refer to as the light of Valinor. Without this Mithril, the elves will die. So if they don't get Mithril, they'll have to return to Valinor. But what good would that do exactly? We saw in the prologue of this very show that the two trees are dead because of Morgoth. Ergo, the light the elves allegedly need to survive doesn't even exist in Valinor itself. On top of this, Celebrimbor even talks about the creation of the sun, an object that, along with the moon, is also made from the light of the two trees. So the light they're after, the key to their survival, makes the rounds every single day. And what about the elves not from Valinor? Arondir says he's from Beleriand. Is he good to go? Is he also doomed to die? Does he need one of Gil-galad's golden tickets to Valinor? And I just realized nowhere in the script did I write about Gil-galad being Greyhaven's Willy Wonka. Let's just say that's another choice that's at best questionable, and like this one, the more you look at it and the more you ask questions, the less sense it makes. For now, I'll drop what is a topic I could probably rant on for some time, but needless to say, this central plot point of the series was a big miss for me. Casting. On the flip side, a huge positive of the show, in my opinion, is the casting. I've seen a lot of comments of folks thinking the cast was a weak point, but more often than not, I find this is from folks not differentiating the performance from the story. After watching the show in full again, it's plain to me that this is actually a tremendous cast that is only capable of elevating an average story so much. This is true across the board, from the main characters to those who only pop up a couple times. For instance, look at the performance of Will Fletcher, who portrays not only Finrod, but Sauron posing as Finrod. He's wonderfully creepy in the finale, and his warmth and performance in the premiere help elevate what is a pretty nonsensical talk about rocks sinking because they look down and boats floating because they look up. It's dialogue that's meant to sound so deep and philosophical, but actually makes no sense whatsoever. I'll mention some specific characters and plot points that worked well for me and some that didn't, but know that even the characters I feel were not effective in the story, I don't think it's necessarily because they were miscast, but merely weighed down by the story they're in. Galadriel and Elrond. These next couple sections go hand in hand. I said long ago when it was announced this show would cover the Second Age, that the two characters I would be looking at most for this show to get right were two of my favorites, Galadriel and Elrond. I never understood folks completely losing their minds over Galadriel being a warrior. I've always seen elves in general as being pretty capable beings, and if one of their maidens were to be a commander, Galadriel is an easy choice. That being said, when we found out she would be hunting Sauron, I was concerned that her character traits would start and end with vengeful warrior, and her traits from the books wouldn't get the attention they deserve, which turned out to be a pretty valid concern. Aside from a couple moments that hinted there might be more to her character, she's pretty one-dimensional through the first 6 episodes of the season. With the exception of Elrond, everyone who Galadriel runs into seems to tolerate her at best, and her actions give us no reason not to do the same. In an X-ray bonus feature, Morgan Clark says Galadriel is losing her connection to what makes her an elf, which I think is not what we're presented with, because we never see that this is what's at stake for Galadriel. We don't truly get to know her before she is obsessed with vengeance. So rather than seeing Galadriel in her current state as her slipping downward, it comes off as this is just who she is. As far as we know within this show, she's just always been like this, which is a big reason she's largely unlikable and bears little resemblance to her book counterpart. It makes me wonder, what if we had met Galadriel pre-war enough to know that she was once closer to the character we know? Not the exact same as in The Lord of the Rings, mind you. She's quite prideful throughout much of her pre-Third Age life, and naturally has to grow into that character. But seeing her as someone less Feanorian would have been great to establish early on. It would certainly give the audience more of a reason to root for her to turn from her dark path. Right now, the only reason for the audience to root for her to not go down this dark path is because of how far she strayed from the character we know her to be in the Lord of the Rings films or from the books, not because of any fall from grace actually depicted in the show. As far as the series has shown us, there was no such fall. She's kind of violent as a kid and dials it up to 11 in adulthood. It seems Elrond is pretty much the only character who genuinely likes Galadriel. Even the ones she kinda sorta gets along with, she is either insulted, threatened to kill, barged in on their dying relatives, or a combination thereof. I legitimately started to wonder, why does Elrond like this person? We get a small hint of it in the final episode, but only in dialogue. With Galadriel holding a knife to him, Elrond reveals that it was she that discovered him as an orphaned youth. And while this is an original creation for the show, it's a change I'm totally on board with. I legit love the idea of Galadriel saving a young Elrond during the War of Wrath in the First Age. It would be a great setup for their close personal relationship, if only we had seen it. It could have been a great moment, far more personally impactful to the characters in the show than the myriad of shots of battle and exposition in the prologue. Seeing both Galadriel and Elrond as victims of war, with Galadriel helping a young and frightened Elrond, would have been a great moment to set the stakes of her downward spiral, and given us something to hang on to and root for. And when she asks Elrond to trust her later in the finale, we would have had an understanding for why Elrond would do so. Now, a quick note, that's not to say I didn't enjoy the prologue. There are a lot of great moments in that sequence. Morgoth destroying the two trees, fell beasts battling eagles, the aftermath of the War of Wrath, and visual references to things like the Oath of Feanor were great. The reveal of Valinor in the two trees as the music swells is among the greatest moments I've experienced in Middle-earth adaptations. The prologue is great. We just needed to see more of Galadriel prior to her downward spiral. Later in the finale, Galadriel giving up her dagger is supposed to be symbolic of some transformation of her character. I've heard people say it's her giving up her crusade of hunting darkness. But is it? Aside from a few bits of wisdom and an apology to Muriel, I've seen no evidence that this Galadriel is any different from the one we met in Episode 1. She's gone on some journeys and done some fighting, but it doesn't seem to have changed her in any perceivable way. And it wasn't until the 7th episode of the season that we finally got a glimpse of anything that resembles the real Galadriel. That's right, 7 episodes into an 8-episode season, we are shown that the main character may indeed experience other emotions than anger, in a way that fits within the story, not via super random horse riding joy that comes out of nowhere. Side note, I thought for certain when this shot popped up in slow-mo that we were about to get some flashback to Finrod and Galadriel riding horses in Valinor that would explain this random moment of joy. In the aftermath of Mount Doom erupting, Galadriel suddenly shows some wisdom, and I really enjoyed the pairing of Galadriel and Theo. It plays into the strength of an ancient being giving wise counsel to a young mortal, without being a carbon copy of her future conversations with Frodo. She says things like, guesswork hollows the mind, wars are fought both within and without, and calling dark deeds good darkens the heart. These are all fantastic original lines that feel like great Tolkienian lessons to be learned. And the way she talks about Celeborn is kind of sweet. He's totally not dead, by the way, and yeah, I'm not a big fan of our new Mystery of Celeborn either. I will say I would not be at all surprised to find out these lines were pickups because the Celeborn moment feels so detached from all else in the show. Despite these wise words from Galadriel, the fact that we've seen her roll a Nat 1 on diplomacy in the royal court of Numenor and threaten to kill Elendil makes all of this ring kind of hollow. Don't get me wrong, I loved seeing this side of Galadriel. It was the first time she felt more than a one-dimensional character since the premiere. That being said, all of this wisdom from Galadriel is undermined by the fact that she has spent the past 6 episodes doing the exact opposite of all of these wise things. Her single-minded pursuit of Sauron involves plenty of guesswork, and the manner in which she threatens Adar with the extinction of orcs is pretty dark. And when it comes time for Adar to face off against Galadriel in their battle of words, there's no question who's the winner. In this moment, I was torn because I was totally on board with this version of Galadriel being called out for being the lunatic that she is. My problem is that this should have never been the case. I'm sure some will call me too much of a purist, but in my opinion, if you've landed at a
Hi, Tara. Yeah, I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm doing great, buddy. Thank you. Sorry I missed you last couple times you talked. I've been pretty bad about the chatty app, just kind of off in my own little world, doing my grind, you know? But yeah, it's always good. I hope you're having a good evening. Glad. Thank you for dropping in, you know what I'm saying?
place in your Tolkien adaptation where the most evil character in the show is seen as more heroic than your main hero, you've fallen off the Middle-earth map entirely. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying all heroes have to be 100% good and all villains 100% bad. Tolkien makes it very clear.
Yeah, I got, you know, I had kind of a bad day. I had this doctor ask me a bunch of questions, kind of like a detective. It bothered me a little bit because I've got PTSD, and I had kind of like a PTSD trigger last night. And so I was like, you know what? I've never in my whole life, I've definitely wanted to like smoke a bowl or smoke a joint when I've been stressed out before, but I've never ever wanted to like buy a drink, you know, like man, I need a drink. That was just stressful, you know. I've never in my whole life like that had an adult moment like that. I've always been a man-child where I just like, I don't have those like adult thoughts, but I was like, fuck, I need a drink. So I bought a couple of bottles of wine and I just came back home and I was like, man, those questions just tore my butthole pretty much, you know. I really did not like that whole deal. So I had like a mental, you know, my day isn't complete unless I have a mental breakdown due to my fucking PTSD. So I just, sorry, of course the nuclear thing goes off when I'm talking. Just kind of bad. It was just bad. The doctor was fine. It just like the responses. I realize now that I don't know if you've ever seen that movie Scream. I don't know if you like. I haven't seen that movie too many times. I think like 2 or 3 times. I think, but as I recall, Sydney from Scream is kind of how my life is now. Like I had a bad guy try to kill me and stuff, and I have like survival syndrome or whatever you want to call it. It's PTSD. It's just shitty, you know. Oh, you know, Fallout 76. I don't know. I don't know how much it is. We can go look. I know you asked the other day, but I don't know. I haven't looked at. I've owned 76 on the PS4 and the PC for some years, you know. Yeah, 76 is good again. Of all the MMOs out there, I would say 76 is probably the one with the most potential right now, I think. Fallout 76, I don't know how much they want for it, but we could go and look. If I had any money, buddy, I'd buy it for you, but I don't. I don't have a dollar to my name. It's $40. $40. You know, there's a whole slew of games that are good like this that I didn't know, but they're actually very much patterns after like Diablo. You know, I would say Fallout 76 is a lot better than say Diablo 3, but it's very akin to I would say it's like a mix of Rust and Diablo and Fallout 4. It's got the story depth and like actual core meat of a Fallout 4 or a Fallout New Vegas in an MMO. And that is why I say it has the most potential. But it's also incredibly formulaic at the end, exactly like Diablo. You basically just go to the place with the craziest things that drop the best legendaries, and you just grind them and grind them and grind them and grind them. And one of the interesting things about Fallout 76, I would say, that makes it really, really special, is it never ends. There's no level cap. There's people. I think I love this game. I will say, it's taken me 5 years. You know, Tara. I'm in this place now where all the hyperbole and all of the overblown bullshit and mountains out of molehills and stuff and philosophical thinking that comes out of the gaming press and I would say I'm a member of that to a lesser degree. I don't get paid for it, but I am a member of the gaming media, I would say. And with all the hyperbole going on with all the MMOs and stuff, I would say it's very hard for me to recommend almost any games from this year, despite there being a lot of really good games from this year. But I do feel safe saying that this game that I have given something like 4,000 hours of my life to between the PS4 and the PC, I would say this is a good game, and I can fairly safely say that the critics were wrong. And I feel like I'm staking my reputation on this, but I do feel very strongly enough that I would stake my reputation on saying that Fallout 76 is a good $40. It's a good $40. It's not a bad one. It doesn't suffer from a lot of problems that a lot of other MMOs do, in the respect that like the big difference between this and say World of Warcraft is that this game is free in its entirety, in all of its content is free in the respect that it does not cost a monthly to play this game to its full extent. But what you do get if you pay the money is you get this survival tent that you can just pop down that doesn't require you to do any work to build it or anything, kind of like Rust. And the monthly makes it so you can just pop down the survival tent and that you get some stuff you can spend. You get some money you can spend in the store. The store is a money whore. The worst one I've ever seen. If you get addicted to this game, I was very pointedly careful about how much money I spent on this game. I believe I did blow in the end something like $500 cash, Tara. So this game's free past the initial time that you buy it. There's no monthly that you have to pay. There's a monthly that you can pay if you want. And I have voluntarily paid it something about 12 months over the PC and the MMO. It's $12. So what's that? That's a baker's dozen. That's $144 that I spent on Fallout 76 on just the monthly fee And then there was the 2 copies that I bought between PC and PS4. It was like $80 for 2 copies of the game. You can't have alts in this game. I'm sorry, you can. You can have many alts in this game. Excuse me. You just can't have them on at the same. You can dual box this game if you want, but it's so intensive that I don't think anybody has a rig that can run 2 copies of this game very well, anyways. Because this game is intensive. You want a more modern rig. This game's from 2017, and I would say it is next gen, so it is very intensive, even on this 3060 Ti. I'm only pulling, I don't know why my Steam, well, I turned my Steam overlay off, trying to pull a bit more frames and stuff, but I don't know what my frames are at right now, but they're not good. I would say probably 57 to maybe 71, somewhere around there. The game's a beast like Rust. It's a client kind of like Grand Theft Auto, but boy, it's buttery fucking smooth, I would say. Now, I would say this game is a 10, in the respect that I suspect that in 10 years, this soundtrack will be considered to be a true classic, the way that Skyrim's was. And I think what you're buying for the $40 is the soundtrack. I've come to the conclusion after my 4th revisit to Fallout 76 in 2023. I believe this game has the best soundtrack ever made. Yes, I believe it is superior to even Skyrim, although Skyrim has better anthems with more anthemic, beautiful melody to it. Jeremy Soule outdid himself with Skyrim, and I wouldn't say that these are in competition with each other. They're very different. He took the best of the chill vibes. You can hear it going on in the background right now, right? You're probably hearing it twice because it's coming through my microphone, and I'm terribly sorry. I suppose I should switch over to my headphones. I'm being disrespectful to you guys. After 8 months of wearing headphones for like an air traffic controller guy, 8 months of it now, I haven't really taken a break. It's been at least 8 hours every day since March 7th of 2022, and having headphones on for that long is definitely affecting my hearing and causing sweaty, nasty, oily buildup around my ears and shit. And so I've just been trying to avoid it a little bit more, but I realize that's not very fun for you guys. But I mean, there is a real reason why I do that, because I'm what they call a long play guy. I do long plays. I didn't know there was a word for it, but there is. I do long plays. Long plays are really bad for your ears, especially if you have to listen to games like Rust, where there's a lot of explosions and loud sounds going off, gunfire, stuff like that. It can definitely have a very negative effect on my ears, and I've been worrying about it more since I just hit 40, and I realized I'm going to be doing this for another 50 years. Like, I've been just trying to be more careful about stuff like headphones, because I don't want to blow out my eardrums any more than I already have, you know? So excuse me for just a second. I'm going to grab my headphones so you guys don't get like a bad echo here, and I apologize about that. I realize it's not ideal. Hopefully it's not too bad, you know? The mic's not getting feedback, so it's probably not too bad, but it is definitely pronounced probably an echo, and I'm so sorry about that. But yes, I would buy Fallout 76. I am not afraid to endorse 76. I think it's one of the more solid $40 I've ever spent, and if you notice, the community would tend to agree with 74% of the 968 user reviews here are mostly positive. Tara, I would make your decision based off that. It's safe, I think, to like Fallout 76 again. It's buggy. It's the buggiest game I've ever played, but hands down. But I would say that it is a safe $40. I think if you've ever beaten a Fallout game like Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas, or even not beaten, I don't think beating those games is a requirement. But if you've ever been passionate about Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, or Fallout 4, or even Skyrim, really, this game is tip-top. It is not a disappointment. It did live up to the name. It does have the depth. It is thousands of hours if you want it to be. You can mod it. It's a very fast load time. Like, for instance, like, one of the things that's super attractive about this game to me is like, as a streamer, And I'm sorry, I'll switch over sound here while I quit the desktop. I've got to do that anyways. Fallout won't switch over to my headphones right away. Or maybe it's one of the games I'm playing doesn't. I can't remember which one, but one of these games won't switch over to headphones very well. So Final Fantasy will, but Fallout won't. Fallout's got some kind of sound driver thing it does with it's got an amazing aural sound quality to it, like Rust. Aural being 3D directional. It's got an amazing, wonderful 3D, and I by the way, thank you, Tara, for pressing me for an anecdote about how I feel about Fallout 76. No one's asked, and I really do value that. Thank you so much for stimulating some conversation here. Most people don't bother, and I'm not looking to chat that much anyways, but, whatever. I like it. It's good. The mostly positive, I think, is about accurate. It is not perfect. It's got a lot of damn bugs. Like, okay, for instance, like one of the things I'll come up, like, let's look a bit, like have a analyzed view of this, of its performance, right? So we're gonna pull New World. Fallout 76 here, and we're gonna fire it up. And I'm going to load my clock here from one of the major things I think that's majorly one of the things Bethesda has definitely I would say performed a miracle is a game like this should have something like between a 3.5 and 7 minute load. But what Bethesda's, one of the reasons why it's so buggy is because it's not very optimized and it's very, very buggy, specifically because you can get in this full-blown MMO in like, what is this? And I was slow about it too. I should have timed myself better. I was slow about it. About 5 seconds of this are superfluous and weren't actually there. It's like from firing it up to like, into your base and playing the game. It's like maybe 60 seconds, and I do like that. I think that's what they're selling. It's not even. Look, it's like 45. It's like 40. It's like 40 seconds. I'm almost in here. It's like 45. We're coming up on about 50 here. Yeah, about 50 seconds here, right? 50-second load. And as a streamer, I have a lot. If you had a better SSD than I do, it would go even faster. I like that. Rust is too long of a load. New World is like this too. Both one of the reasons why New World and Fallout 76 are definitely underrated masterpieces is they don't waste a lot of your fucking time. They don't waste your time. They get you in, jacking you off, trying to get you towards orgasm pretty fucking fast. Like I would say the game is pretty fast about that. They're trying to get you in and you're ready to be like pwn and shit right away. See how fast it was. And that's something to say that definitely it scores like I have a lot I take points away from games who do that to me. They waste my time with loading screens and they aren't respectful of my life and stuff. This game is absolutely respectful of your life. Now, the music in the background is the best chill-out ambience I've ever heard to ever come out of the video game scene. It's a perfect 10 performance. I think it's more subtle and wonderful, and I like it more than Skyrim. And that's what I think you're paying the $40 for. All the rest of it is just incidentally a good game. It is accessible. It is Rust. There is literally no difference between Fallout 76 and Rust, except Rust does not feature PvE. This game does. This game is exactly Rust. If you ever wanted to know what Rust is, and you're kind of more of a more commercial MMO guy, if I don't want to put words in your mouth. I really don't know what your playstyle's like, Tara. But if I had to wager, I bet you probably like commercial more, like kind of like me, I would say. And as a commercial game, it's a tip top in its experience in the respect that it respects your time, and it's got a very, very good PvE system. And the combat is, I would say, 10 times better than ESO. Something like that. It's something important to note is VATS is very alive and very well in this game, and I don't like VATS. I never used VATS in the previous Fallout games. I considered it to be cheating. In this, I think it's fucking perfect. You play you sort of pay a cost. It can't be super good at both, right? It can't be super good at being an RPG and still be a very good shooter, right? So where I would say they did not sacrifice at all was that it is a very, very good RPG. They did not sacrifice on the RPG side of it. It definitely does have some bugs and shit having to do with the shooter side of it, but the RPG side of it, I would say, is absolutely full blown solid. The likes of which I would say we've never seen except for something like, say, Fallout New Vegas. Was the last time we saw really, really good combat like this. What I would say they did is I think they copied the combat and the approach of Phantasy Star Online 2. They modded it with a direct Fallout approach like Fallout New Vegas. I would say this story rivals in depth and length to something like Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 4, but it is of course not nearly as good because story is not what they're selling here. They are selling multiplayer. And that is where it shines. It's an extremely social game if you want it to be. Notice that I can pop to a public team here. I can jump in one that isn't full, like this casual team, right? I just joined them. Maybe I was too late or something. I think it kind of bugged out when I tried. Let's try again here. Now, it seems to think that I'm offline or something. I don't know. I want to join this one because, but the experience, something with the experience, I don't know what it is. But something's happening with it where it's just not letting me join that party. I don't know why. But okay, so I could form my own party, but there's no expectations. One of the things I was listening to you about in a video earlier was there's no expectations as for you to be in a party. Nobody expects you to do anything at all, right? And I mean this. You can join a party freely. A lot of people are shy to do it, but all it does is help you. All it does is help them. So they want you there. They don't expect anything from you. And if you show up to their teams and their parties and their dungeons, they're happy with you, but they don't expect you to do that. So I can freely join this team here, the Kotel JG or whatever, has loaded. I think their server was kind of slow there is what it was. So notice that immediately I'm on a team with 3 other guys, and because I have points in charisma in the perk chart, which is one of the best chart systems I've ever seen, period. It's that Fallout goodness. They took all the problems of Fallout 4 and they smoothed them out by turning Fallout 4 into World of Warcraft. But not World of Warcraft, think Diablo. But there is some really advanced MMO stuff going on in the background, such as public raids, where you might actually see 24 people bashing on a boss, which is really cool in a Fallout universe because all of them have rocket launchers and mini nukes and all that crazy shit. Fat Mans and Little Slims and Fat Man Slims or whatever their fucking mini nukes are called, you know. That could be an amazing experience, the likes of which a lot of other MMOs have started ripping off, that I feel that I think, I don't know who, I would say Phantasy Star Online 2 did this first and they did it better. But I would say Fallout 76 is the Western version of Phantasy Star Online 2. And if you've ever been a Diablo or a Phantasy Star Online guy, this is a great game for you. And but notice that nobody expects an MMO lifestyle out of Diablo or Phantasy Star Online, despite I think it does exist. There is people who are making a living and a lifestyle. Some good Fallout 76 people would be the Lone Vault Wanderer is a very good one, or my personal favorite is female streamer in the 76 stream. I forget her name. It's like I could pull it right. She's going to be on this Fallout list somewhere, but there's good streamers in this scene. And I was currently watching a video about Fallout where the guy was saying that Bethesda released their numbers in the last couple of months, and Fallout 76 has 12.2 million players. That would make it the best MMO in the current scene. short of Final Fantasy 14, probably has more. But 76 is up there with ESO, Final Fantasy 14. It's pulling the numbers now. Because I would say all those ESO fanboys probably eventually came here, because all of the melee combat that sucked in ESO is actually super good in this game. I love the melee combat in this game. I think it's fucking great. I think we've never seen an MMO with the kind of great melee combat this game's got. It's got great Terra-like, Terra, not you, as in like T-E-R-A. It's got that Terra combat in spades. It doesn't have all the moves that it's very light, but I like that light, Look at the lore. See, so right now there's a bunch of super mutants chained up in this house. I've never been to, so the farthest that you can go in this game, right? The game starts you here at Fallout 76, which is here, more western corner, right? So, and they have you go up here first, but the farthest you can go from the start of the game is down here in the cranberry bogs. All of this is true to life. If you're an American, there is something, I believe you're American, right, Terra Firma? I can't remember, but you don't have to answer, it's okay. But there is a wonderful piece of legendary video game history stuff going on here that I think that they don't get enough credit for. But they kind of tried to immortalize Appalachia in a really fun, really emotional, really beautiful way that makes me cry, like a Norman Rockwell painting, or what's really American, something like Don McLean's American Pie. This game's Don McLean American Pie in spades. This game has more of America in it than I've ever seen. Yeah, so you're American, you're Alabama, see, I'm Colorado. You know what I'm saying? This game is a piece of American fucking beauty. The best I've ever seen. There's never been a frank depiction of America in I would say the other Fallout efforts, right? New Vegas, frank depictions of America. Like one of the beautiful things that they talk about in this game that is a lot of people don't understand what 76 actually means. It means 2076 after the bombs fell, and there's no government, there's no cops, there's no guards, there's nothing. Exactly like any Fallout game. There's guards at the mall, at the White Spring Mall, but that's it. There's only a few guards in the game. That's it. It's a full-blown Rust experience in that respect, and the PvP is not done. It's just not done. The system's so bad that nobody does it. Nobody does the PvP in this game, because you might be level 1,000, 1,200 or something like that. And this happened to me the other day. I had a level 1,300 stomp me in with one shot. And then he acted all brazen about it, and all cocksure and kind of braggy about it. And I was like, motherfucker, I am level 65. He acted all cocky like I sucked. Motherfucker, I am level 65. Every shot that you could fire out of every one of your weapons would have one-shot me 10,000 times. So, so the PvP just isn't done. So that's something important to note. If you're looking for PvP, it's not here. You can do it if you want it. You can fight your friend in a duel, no problem. It's there, as in the system's very real and very well done, but nobody does it. So the PvP is not there, and that's a turnoff for me. But I consider this to be a game I will probably always come back to until they make a better one. Something else to note is Starfield is coming, and I suspect in the background Bethesda kind of fucked around and snuck around in the background and kind of dominated the scene. And the fanboys from WoW, and the fanboys from Fortnite, and the fanboys from Counter-Strike, and the fanboys from Valorant, and the fanboys from Apex and all this, they are loath to admit that, but I think Bethesda kind of snuck around in the background and kind of slaughtered the entire scene in the respect that they made between 76, Starfield, and the Fallout suite of games, New Vegas and Skyrim and such. With the Bethesda suite of games, they fucked around in the background, and they were kind of quiet about it. Todd was kind of quiet about it. He didn't make a hullabaloo about Fallout 4 because he knew that it would ruin 76's chances of success if he ruined both games by talking about them. But what they did is they took the engine for Fallout 4, the sensibilities of a New World or a Rust, and mixed them both to to try to make a Diablo Rust. And that's what I would call this game. It is a Diablo Rust. And if you ever want to see the darker sides of this, you can graduate from this game to Rust. This game is an excellent primer for Rust. I think a lot of people aren't really ready for Rust. Rust is a godless, lawless world where the worst things that can possibly happen to you will absolutely happen to you in the worst way, in your worst nightmare fashion, however it could. There is none of that in this game. The worst nightmare that happens in this game is you come across a legendary boss that's just way out of your fucking class that you can't kill, and you end up banging your head for 20 minutes and getting your ass reamed. Happened to me the other day. I failed for 40 minutes in a public dungeon because I was trying to kill what the equivalent of a Mythic Zero boss by myself, which I don't recommend. And I have a tank build to do it. I have a blood DK tank build, right? But see, it's social. This guy showed up here. You see it. It's got an excellent multiplayer feel. How I would urge you to look at Fallout 76 is my biggest complaint with Bethesda over the last 20 years was not the bugs, not the jank, not the problems, all the other shit that the fanboys said. My biggest complaint with Bethesda was that they didn't give us co-op. This is the co-op Fallout that we always wanted. It is like one of the best co-op games ever made. I've got my ex-girlfriend, I think, is coming to move in here in a couple of months because her relationship is ending with her baby daddy, and I might basically have my wife back, and my life might be in a much better place than it's been in many years, and I intend to have her play Fallout with me because I think it's a great family game. It's a violent, terribly scary game, but it's also really a great like co-op. It leaves a sweet, I am a jaded fanboy when it comes to 76. I have nothing but good things to say except for it is buggy and janky. It's got a scope to it that you don't often see in shooters. Like, look at this explosion. This explosion will kill you. It'll kill you. If I nut hug that, that will kill you. I don't care what your level is. I don't care what your armor is. I don't care. You could be level 2000. You can't just eat a fucking explosion point blank, right? So the weight of a shooter is here, but it's not like overly done. And there's some interesting things that you would never ever see in an MMO such as this. Look at this. You would never see this in an MMO, almost never. This particular weapon. It hurts. This automatic grenade launcher, right? So, one of the things I like about this game a lot... Oh, I never turned the sound, huh? I never changed the sound. You guys don't have sound, do you? I'm so sorry. I'm going to fix it here. 1 second. See, it's all good. Combat's great. I do recommend the game. I think it's strong. I think it's good. It's baby's first survival game, and I think it's the best. Of all the survival games, sadly, I believe 76 falls, I think, of all the survival games that I have mastered, and I've spent 3,000 hours on almost all of them, I would say that between Minecraft and Fallout 76, there doesn't really need to be much more competition, except for, like, I don't know, Rust is necessary, and Rust started all this, you know? But really, I would say... zombie mods started all this. It would have started with DayZ and H1Z1, and now it's been perfected by 76, commercialized by big corporate bastards, delivered to the public with a 12 million buyer count. They're not lying about that. They've sold 12 million copies of this game. Do 12 million people play it? No, but people do play this game. Like, the proof is there, the servers are only 24 people every server. Let me fix the sound. I'm so sorry, guys. I realize that you don't have sound right now. And I'm sorry. I'm trying to get better at being a streamer. I'm brand new. I'm trying to get better at this shit. I'm so sorry. But yeah, there's a piece of Americana here that the likes of which I think has only been rivaled by science fiction or fantasy. They have immortalized Appalachia in a way where I feel that many kids will know about Appalachia much longer past, say, when the bombs fall, you know? The kids will know about Appalachia, and that's something that Bethesda did about, Bethesda's from Maryland. They're from this corner of the woods, and so am I. I grew up in Jersey, and then I lived in Colorado for most of the rest of my life, California or Colorado. What was that? Oh, it's that guy. But it makes me emotional just thinking about the amount of beautiful content in this game having to do with America. Do you see the American flags? As an American, you would see stuff like this down at your VFW or some such, but you never see this kind of loving detail in a game. And this game is a total I love you to America, I would say. And so if you're an American gamer, I think this game falls in that special place of a must-play, I would say, for American gamers, because not all of the 3.5 billion gamers on the planet are American. Not all of us are, not at all. So, as an American, there's a lot to learn about the Appalachian Mountains. I'm a mountain kid. I'm a mountain guy. I like the Appalachians. The sensibility of this game was very easy for me because I'm from Colorado, and Colorado's a lot like this too. Mountains everywhere, big fuck mountains. As far as the eye can see, the Rocky Mountains or the Appalachian Mountains are really big. They're just huge, and there's also there's this great movie that Johnny Knoxville produced called the Marvelous World of the Whites, which is about Jesco White, very famous tap dancer, redneck from the Appalachian Mountains, from West Virginia, from probably I forget what Boone County, I think, I think they're like Boone County, something like that. And so this game, after watching that movie, The Wonderful World of the Whites, which I thought was one of my favorite movies of all time, because it shows what having real family is actually like, because I never had one. I never had real family. It's why I cry and sing, I don't have real family. I've got one surviving family member, so, and the woman that I love, she's got one surviving family member too. We get along great, because, it's like the PTSD is a thing of growing up with no family. But where I'm going with this is like that feeling of real rural America is alive and well in Fallout 76. I would say learning how to play Fallout 76 is a lot like sort of what it's like to move to a rural town like where I live now. It's a very good experience on what it's like to live rural, because like everything's 20 miles away. Like the National Isolated Radio Array, it's 20 miles away. You have a lot of inventory of stuff with scrap and weapons and armor and stuff, all this crap. And so you've got to get this loot around, and everything's far away. So if you go somewhere, it's kind of like living in rural. If you're from Alabama, you might know that reality a little bit of like, it's 20 minutes to town. It's like that. This game's a lot like that. It definitely is a lot like where I live in real life. It was funny. So that's all the gushing fanboy crying shit I want to say about Fallout 76. It's just nobody's ever actually asked me about Fallout 76. I would say it's a 10 with a point taken away for jank. It's one of the buggier games I've ever played. But it never, ever has ever cockblocked my experience or caused me to log. But all day long, it's a parade of bugs. Most bugs I've ever seen. So, like any good Fallout game. Because what they bit off is more than they can chew. So their engine can't do all this, do all this crazy shit, Ooh. There's a really big garden right here. Wow. This is a really good spot to live, actually. I'm glad that I moved here. Oh, there's like gnomes in the garden and stuff. I love this game. It's full of whimsy and wonder, the likes of which would satisfy a kid raised on Harry Potter and Star Wars and Fallout. It's got that kitsch. Like, it's got that kitsch. One of the things that lives in this game is the McDonald's Monopoly board, which is kind of funny. And this is so addictive to me. By the way, Tara, this is something that I should mention. This is one of the reasons why the game is so good. Seasons occur, they spin through, they have some story that's delivered in like an hour-long audiobook, believe it or not. There's chapters, see these chapters here? Each one of these chapters is like 20 whole minutes, and there's a lot of them. See, 20, 40, 60... 80, the content, it does not want for lack of content. A lot of people complain about that because they put 5,000 hours in it, they got nothing else to do, but content it's got in spades. So it's got like a 2-hour like telenovela, like a radio novella, a story about Nuka World, right? A story about Nuka World and the camp counselors that live in Nuka World. And it's a cute little story, and it's wonderful. And I would say it should be recognized as wonderful. I loved every second of it. The lore was great. And guess what? In 4 months, they're going to do it all again. It's not like I have to wait 2 years to see the next expansion. They're on a season thing where they don't want to add a lot of content to the game. I don't think that's their vibe. I think they want to perfect what they already have until it's perfect, which I think is a good vibe. I definitely like it. And so these scoreboards keep the game very, very fresh because the rewards are literally the same as like what any season pass, right? The items for the store, you can directly get the store money off of the scoreboard, and you can buy this game once and never spend a penny on it ever again, and still have the exact same experience as the person who spent $500 cash. It'll just take you longer. You know, all of the stuff is there though. All of the stuff that they can buy in the store, it's on the scoreboard. So if you finish this scoreboard every season religiously, it's a good scoreboard. It's better than Fortnite's. I would say, actually, that's not true. The scoreboard in Save the World is actually better than this. But the scoreboard in Battle Royale, like the island mode in no build and build mode, is not as good. It's not as good. Like I would say, this scoreboard, it looks simple in its execution, and it looks like it's crappy. Kind of like a McDonald's board, a McDonald's Monopoly board, but the depth to this board is actually insanely good. It's up there with something like Path of Exile's leveling system, or I'm sorry, Path of Exile's chart, right? The Path of Exile's chart. It's got more depth, but this kind of depth is what we see here. It seems short, but it's not. To work through all of this is some weeks. It takes some weeks. It's not something that you can do. So it's kind of like living out like an MMO expansion release every like 4 months or something. If you want that content to be there like that. If you want the content to be like that, it is there. You can religiously follow the seasons, and you can go. I would say they're better than Path of Exile seasons. They're more interesting to me, and they pay better. They pay the best I've ever seen any Battle Pass pay. Specifically because the store is a fucking ripoff. Like the worst I've ever seen. The store is a fucking ripoff. Like so fucking bad. And almost none of it's pay to win, which is good. But I mean, like, see, here's a neighborhood square shelter. It's $14.40, right? Think Blizzard's store. It's like that. It's shamelessly. It's not pay to win. It's pay to win in the respect that if you don't spend an extra $5 or $10, you aren't gonna get daily passive income. And if you don't get daily passive income, because like there's stuff in the store, right, that helps you produce water, and purified water is the actual money in Fallout 76. I mean, there is caps, and caps are what you use to exchange everything, but purified water is what is essentially the real currency, though, because it's more rare than the bottle caps are, and it's more treasured and valued. So the vendors all pay 5 caps for purified water. So there's like this wonderful economy, the likes of which I haven't seen in a long, long time, since the days of World of Warcraft. But I mean, yeah, like, not cheap. This game is, I mean, it's cheap to buy it and cheap to play it, but it's not cheap to love it. If you love this game, you end up spending money on it, and it's not cheap. It's not cheap. But I mean, I don't know. I don't like a lot of the skins, so a lot of the skins, I don't like the graphics in this game that much. They're okay, they're beautiful, and they're really, really gobsmackingly beautiful occasionally. You know, they really are. Like, you look out over some beautiful vista like this, and you like, see, it looks kind of crappy and pixelated and shitty. Oh, did I fix the sound? God damn it, did I fix the sound? Yes, I did. Okay, so, yeah. And, so it's a really strikingly beautiful game in the respect that you do live in this world, and what's happening over there does actually kind of affect you. It's kind of crazy. And people can take your spot where you build your base when you go to bed. So that's kind of annoying, and that's what I'm dealing with currently. But I mean, you don't own that land. Nobody owns this land. So the minute that you log, somebody can take your spot if they want to. So I'm trying to find some place out here in the cranberry bog where all the noobs won't come and steal my spot, you know. And so one of the places it's advised that you build is by water. So that's the process that I'm in right now. I'm going to stop talking because I feel like I've been on a rant for like half an hour here. But, like, you know, that's why I'm out here. I'm just out in the cranberry bog trying to build a new base footprint where I can use the river to take advantage of the water. That's what you're seeing here. And I'm gonna mute the mic now. Tara, it's an easy game. Anything that isn't already brokenly easy. I mean, it could be deceptively hard, but it's also a really easy game when you get the gear. It becomes like basically face roll to the point where I would say the combat system does sort of suffer from a oneness of the sameness a little bit, where you're like, yeah, I don't think I could spend my entire lifetime on this combat system, you know, but it's definitely pretty good, I would say. So last time I was here, there was super mutants holed up in this house. I kind of want to look into that because I saw something I haven't seen before, which was a locked door. The players can lock their shit on their bases if they want to, but the monuments are never locked usually unless there's some kind of lore or some kind of content or something. You know, it's funny, Tara, I want to recommend this and buy this game for my best friend because he completionist Fallout 3, he completionist New Vegas, and he completionist Skyrim, and he completionist Oblivion, right? And New Vegas and all this. He's a Bethesda fucking fiend. Like, I would say, we used to call, he would call it getting, we would call it getting Skyrim jobbed, because it would like, because like, he would get sucked into Skyrim for like 2 years, and he would play it for 12 hours every night for, you know, just forever. And so I'm scared to recommend this game to him because I think it's actually their best game, and I'm scared that this game could eat his life away a little bit. He doesn't have a life like that anymore where he can spend that kind of time, you know. He's a real estate agent. And he's also a spiritual guru who runs a ashram and stuff. But my best friend would love this game so fucking much, like so much. But I'm scared to tell him. I've told him before. I actually made him a 45-minute video way back, like proofs in the pudding. I actually made a 45-minute video, like a while back about, like way back in like 2019 or something. On my channel is a really cheesy old video where I talk about how much I like Fallout 76 for my best friend. I'll play like 10 seconds of it. I actually did pitch Fallout 76 to... Oh, processing abandoned. Oh, video is too long. Oh no! Video is too long! Oh no! How long can? Oh no! I didn't know. I didn't know. Oh, video is too long. Come on. What's the limit? $12 hours? Oh no! 12 hours! A lot of my videos aren't going to work, I don't think. Oh no! I didn't know this. 12 hours is the limit. I didn't know. See, I want long plays. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm going to start over. I'm going to start over next wipe in like 10 days and do this all again, and I'll try for 12-hour videos. Jesus Christ, man. I'm just going to delete the whole lot of it. I can't believe that. Wow. So 12 hours is the limit, huh? At least this one was good. You know, at least this one was good. We'll come back to it and I'll redo this entire... I filmed 120 hours worth of YouTube video that I can't post because I would have to cut it up. I guess I'll cut it up. I'll learn how to cut it up. I've been resisting so much. I've been resisting trying to learn how to do video editing. I don't want to be a video editor. I really don't. But like everything else in my life, I'm gonna have to learn, you know? So annoying. I wish there was something that I didn't have to do myself. I wish I could just, you know... I wish there was a program that would just take the file and you could just like select a checkbox that said cut the video in half. But whatever, I don't know. I'll just learn. Damn it, man. That is very bad. That's bad. That's... I mean, I will have to learn how to edit videos, I guess. I don't know. Oh, I hate video editing. Oh, damn it. So now we see that, okay, we unlocked that door. One of the cool things that I think is going on that's revolutionary is off in the corner, or off on the corner of the map, you can see that it's raining. And that is actually rain. It's not the rain, you know, it's not the actual rain as it falls. It's just an animation. But if you were to go to that cloud right now... Oh yeah, good night, Tara. Yeah. If you were to go underneath that cloud right now, it would be raining. It's actually kind of cool. So cool. Yeah, sleep well, buddy. It's always a pleasure. Thank you for the the loyal support. Always a pleasure. Peace, buddy. I'm trying to get to my base. It's like over there. Yeah, it is. I am distracted. So you didn't place these purifiers, I guess? Oh, you did, but... Yeah, so... Oh, I have to cut videos out. That's so annoying. Fallout also is on the controller. It's a really good controller MMO. I like controller MMOs. I set up this character specifically so that I could take it into my bedroom and play it on a controller at night. Because VATS makes it easy. Like, really easy. Ooh, Radiation Rumble. That one's really fun. Gotta go to that one. But first, I want to see if you moved my thing. No, you did not. Why? I would like to move my thing. I would like to move my thing here. Where, like, we put it, like, right here, right? Yeah, like right here. So, no, can't. Yep. What do you mean? What? Oh, well, there we go. There we go. See, now you're green. Yeah. I think that's about right. No. Wait. Yeah. I think that is actually not a bad spot. Yeah. Looks okay to me. So to move my camp. I want to. Nope. I don't want to move. I want to build. There. And then did you store all that? Oh, good. You did. Whew. Stored. So we come up here and we look at the layout. So there we go. Much better. Then we build. Oops. Wrong one. No. No. Where do I want this? I want it far away from the house. Yep. And then okay.
You've been examined. You've been examined.
Rogers with an automated alert. An unknown dangerous creature has been sighted in the vicinity of the Sons of Dane compound. This thing's been attacking the Buck's Den beer house every night while we party. We call it the Night Stalker. It's killed some of our best guys. Wally says the loud music is what's pissing it off. So we can make a ruckus and draw you and set up an ambush. Tell some beast's gonna put it into our good time. So we're fixing our flats in the jukebox and jamming on instruments loud as we can. Even rigged up with old busted instruments to take around. Beat on some of them barrels we got. That ought to make a proper ruckus. Somehow all this particular sound seems to send that son
responders. The food processing machines at Mama Dolce's have finally cooled down enough to work again. I've set them up to make cancer stew using the ingredient container right around the factory. The machines make a hell of a racket, so you'll probably get some unwanted guests.
Target.
You've been examined. Your skill has increased.
Strongest super mutant. You cannot kill us all! Tear you apart!
Attention. Mine shaft reopening imminent. Available support personnel, please report to mine shaft. Kittery, for repair and collection duty. Civilians, please exit the area. Thank you.
Analyzing user equipment. Probability of practical exam success, 3.8%. Access without prior authorization is not advised. Proceed to Charleston Fire Department. for clearance.
I'm beginning to think Melody Larkin may have underestimated the difficulty of this exam.
Oh, you're damn right she did. This is suicide. What the hell with this? I'm going back.
No, you're not. You're sticking with us.
Why? So we can get picked off one by one until we're all dead? No way, not me.
You know what, Sai? You've been acting like a coward ever since we started tackling the Scorched farm. And now, Tim and Andrew are dead because of you.
What the hell are you talking about?
I saw him, Max. When those Scorched pushed through the tunnels, they came at us from all sides. Tim and Andrew were holding, and they told Sai to watch the back, but he didn't. He ran away and left their rear flank wide open. That's what took them down.
Bullshit! She's lying, Max.
Both of you not so it's recording. This is Maxine Ballard, squad leader of the Scorch Slayers. We're making this recording to document our descent into the Belching Betty mine for the final exam.
Well, say which exam.
Alright. For the fire breathers' final exam, we're supposed to head inside, find the emergency beacon, and watch out for Scorch.
Piece of cake. I don't know. If it's so easy, why isn't anyone else completed the exam?
Because they weren't us. We've been hunting Scorched at the farms for days. How much harder could the ones in the mines be? Grow a little backbone.
Come on, guys. Let's stick together on this. Alright, shut up. Okay, Scorch Slayers. It's time to lock and load. Let's get the job done.
Warning, premature death may result in examination postponement.
Be right back, Bio. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go to bed. I'll be up tomorrow. do a long day again. Thank you so much for the wonderful support. And